Okay, we are live. It is some day of the week. It is Tuesday. And we are needle felting today. We're coming back to yawn at you. Excuse me. We're coming back to try to make some more sense out of this guy here. This is a challenging one. I did not think we were gonna be starting off with quite such a challenging one right out of the gate, but here we are. As we try to figure this one out. I've got a couple of options here. I don't know if they're gonna work, but we're gonna try. We're gonna try. That's all we can do, right? Definitely not our comfort wheelhouse on this one, that's for certain. Got a little cup of water here to the side, just to help me kind of shape our fluff here to a size and something that I think we can do something with here. We've got our size small stabby bit here. Now we are following along with a Bob Ross tutorial from The Joy of Painting Season 30. We've already completed Season 31. We are making little mini magnets. So this thing is 3 by 3. And eventually we'll turn this guy into a magnet. Eventually. But first we have to make our picture, so we'll worry about the magnet part after. I do have the tutorial pinned in the comments, and if you're watching this on YouTube, it will be linked in the description for anyone that wants to see the tutorial in full and with sound. I have it currently muted, and the cats are not muted though. That is Cow and Bean, Cow and Bean. So they are loud and obnoxious, and Cal makes that sound even when I go to pick him up, so he makes that sound all the time. It's just a cow sound. Cal will make that sound while Russell is holding him, even as he's petting him, when he thinks he's not being pet enough. It's just a cow noise. Okay, so I think that's pretty much how that is gonna go. It's our main background color. Now, because I'm using acrylic yarn, by the way, you can use your basic wool roving if that's what you prefer. It's traditional for needle felting. My budget doesn't really quite want that to happen, and the only thing that my budget would allow the roving to happen for is like the mixed bag of colors that you only get, like the 2-ounce floss size bags of fluff, and you can't reorder by the color. You just have to order another set, and you don't know what colors you're going to get. The one set of mixed colors I got, I think I had like 5 different reds that were almost the same but just slightly off to be annoying. So you get what you get. So it's like yeah, that's not gonna work. So I go with yarn, and I get quite a lot of mileage out of my yarn. It's just basic cheap acrylic yarn. I buy it on sale when I can find it on sale. So you know, that's what that is. But you use what you can get and all that. Now because Bob is using paints, he can do some things that we can't do with the fiber. So he can put opaque paint on the canvas and then take transparent colors that you can see through but still see the color over top of the opaque paint, and it can do all sorts of interesting things. there's no transparent fiber. It's solid. Like it's tangible, it's solid. So we have to go outside the box here. Um which is what we're gonna need to do here. So if I were to put all of those trees in and then do our background color, they'd vanish. So we're gonna have to work kind of opposite of what he did with putting our background color on first and kind of like layering forward instead. So that's how I think I'm going to approach this. We'll see how this goes. So this was like a mustard, kind of mustard golden yellow color. And then he kind of took a little bit of white, I think, and mixed it in there and like blended it in so it got a little bit lighter. That's not really gonna work in this instance, so I'm gonna have to again get a little bit creative. Number two, he's doing his on not sure how I want to position this. He's doing his with a piece of round contact paper or ovally contact paper on there. If I were to make this an oval inside this square, this would end up being a lot smaller than 3 by 3. And I don't know that my patience level can work any smaller than this with the fluff. So I'm going to not do the oval. We're just going to have ours be square. And that's fine. We don't have to have it exactly like Bob's. We're just using Bob for inspiration and seeing how he approached his. I do have a cat now hanging off of my chair. I do have season... No! That is not a toy. Let go. Let go. No. Punk. I can see I'm going to have to hide this. Sorry, I had picked up one of those, like, oh, live, maybe not live, but one of those preserved oysters that you can get a pearl out of and then have like a little dangly charm to put it in. And Bean found it, and Bean was deciding to try to eat it. So, I now have to put this somewhere. Yeah, no.
What the hell's he doing? You little bugger, come here.
He's destroying my desk. He knocked my butterfly off the desk that was expensive.
Oh my goodness, you're such a shit.
After he tried to eat my necklace again. I'm gonna put the necklace in the sticker pouch because I don't know what else.
I would put it somewhere that has something behind it.
I don't know where to put this. I'm running out of places to cat-proof my desk. I got nothing. For now, we're just gonna go down there. Sorry, guys. He's being extra Bean today. Was bouncing all over the place. I swear he's like half toddler with the way he's into everything. I think he's only about 6 months old, too. He's going to be a big mofo. Anyhow, what was I saying? I don't remember. I really don't remember. So we have to do things a little bit differently. Again, it doesn't have to be exactly to his. We're seeing what he's doing with the paint in this instance, and trying to come up with something similar. We've already completed season 31. I'm working backwards. And no, not a toy. Get out of there right now. Oh my god, this cat is a terror today. Who thinks wires are the greatest string ever?
Well, his usual toy is hanging out on the back of my chair, so. Mr. Bean.
He is just being a brat. Alright, so I'm trying to get like this lighter, like sun halo thing put in. But yeah, we do have the archive of season 31 that we followed along with. That is on the YouTube channel. No, Mr. Bean. No! Dang it!
No.
He can reach behind my monitor now. I don't know if... Is that gonna help?
It might. We'll find out. Or it might not.
Like, he has a box with toys in it, but apparently those are not good enough today. Season 31 has been archived on the YouTube channel on the Nisey Needlefelt's playlist. So all of the lives of us working through that can be found there. What are you doing now? Something made a noise. Oh my god. He's made it his mission. No!
Yeah, I see you.
Maybe I can finish a sentence here. That is archived on the Nisey Needlefelt's playlist. No. What are you...
I know that look.
He did a tiny battle cry under there. So I don't know what he's
You
up
had
to.
a small dangling piece of fabric from your clothes.
For my clothes.
Yeah, there's a piece of like some kind of tie off or something dangling from here.
Oh, over there. I thought you meant that I was wearing. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have a fuzzy black headband by the end of the stream. Oh my goodness. Alright, so we're just kind of trying to figure out how to kind of go about this a bit here. That didn't sound happy. What's he going after?
Mr. Beans. You better be.
Oh, Ed now. Oh my goodness. He can be a cuddlebug. I'm hoping that this stage will slowly calm down. Unfortunately, that means we have to deal with it in the meantime. So we will just kind of have to cope with it, I guess, for now. So that kind of comes down a little bit deeper. Like maybe about there-ish, because the bottom is gonna be dark. We're gonna bring in that chocolate brown that we've got. This shade is Banana Cream from Paintbox, from their Simply Chunky line. You don't get as much yarn on a Paintbox skein as you do like Big Twist Value, which since Joann's went under, Michael's has now picked up some of the Big Twist stuff. So if you are a diehard fan of that yarn, you can now find it at the very least on Michael's website. I do not know if it's in store yet. But you don't get as much on the Paintbox Simply. Well, the Paintbox skeins, they're just smaller. So I went with the Simply Chunky because the yarn was a little bit thicker, and I was like, well, maybe I can get some more fluff off of that than the normal strand, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just delusional in that way of thinking. Not sure. But, excuse me 1 second, you guys. He was getting a little too vigorous with Ed, so I needed to go and break that up. I haven't run out of a color yet. I'm almost out of soft fudge from the paint box, but we did use quite a lot of that on the banana slug log. So I'm not surprised that might be the first color I end up running out of. We will see. But I've kept adding to everything, to the yarn color collection, so I haven't completely run out of any specific color yet. I don't know if I'm going to get another soft fudge skein from Paintbox. Their price has gone up. I guess I would have to wait for a sale. So we'll see. I'll have to start a collection of colors that I run out of as I run out of them. But we moved to doing the smaller sized things. So we haven't been really running out of a color since doing that. And I kind of like working a little bit smaller here, just because we can get through a piece a bit faster. I mean, this one might end up being 3 sessions instead of 2, or like 2.5, really, just because working on the background took a little bit of time, and we're still not quite done the background. But I just kind of wanted to take a small break. I figured we would fill in that section when we start to put those colored trees in. But for right now, I'm just kind of working on this lighter sun halo, sun flare, sun shafts, whatever you want to refer to them, trying to figure out where they're going to be peeking through. Because, I mean, I could have tried to put those trees in, but if we got it too thick in spots, then the other parts of the tree would just totally vanish, and it's not gonna, like, blend very well like it's going to do with him. So we're gonna just try to approach this a little bit differently, right? And there's nothing wrong with approaching things from a different angle. Sometimes you kind of need to, especially when you're not working with the same mediums. And this is definitely not the same medium. We have followed along with a few of his painting tutorials with oils before. But with Mr. Bean being Mr. Bean right now, it wouldn't be a great idea to have all of the oil paint mess out, because he'd be sticking his head in the paint thinner bucket, and we can't be having that. Or walking through my paint palette, so let's just not. We know how that would go with him, so since we already have an idea, we're just going to avoid that for the time being. That's okay, because we have plenty of other things to keep us busy. We're going to be working on this for a little bit. We've got, I'm planning on doing a gouache painting next week. Probably another installment of my Happy Little Trees series where I'm following along with him with gouache. I believe we're still in season 1 for that, just because I haven't had a whole lot of time. Or we can do something like completely abstract, but I was hoping to do something simple that I can finish in one session, because the following week I'll have access to my latch hook kit, and I would like to start working on that. So we might take a small break from painting to do that. Potentially. And we'll see how all of that ends up going. Oh, sorry. If it's not the cats, if it's not the mother-in-law, that is my mom. Okay, so that we could probably bring a little bit further over, not too much though. But we'll do a little bit. All right. And I should be getting my embroidery stuff for Christmas as well. Like, it's in the house, I'm just not allowed to have it yet. Or else we'd be working on some of that. So I'm gonna try to do a slightly more concentrated bit here. Kind of like in the middle area. But we'll see. I have to record some stuff for, well, I don't know, well, yeah, I might have to record a couple of things extra for April, although I guess I could just put up some extra, well, I don't know that we'll still be in Little Known Galaxy then, so I can't really go with that. I have some Minecraft I could be editing for then, I suppose. Let's see how far out I can schedule that. So I have 60 videos left. I mismathed last time I was trying to math. I am on video edit, or starting to edit video clip 121. I got the set of 101 through 120 edited together last night. So that is 6 sets of 20 videos all set to go. Well, set to be rendered together, I'll put it that way. It's not completely finished, like there's no audio laid in over top of it. I still have to put the entire project into one clip. Okay, so now, I don't know if this is really gonna work. I mean, maybe I could have done the other... Maybe I could have done like the dark trees and tried to lay this in on top, but I don't think it would have looked quite like how he's got his situation happening here. So we're doing something a little different with it. And that's fine. We can do different things. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay. So now, need to make sure that we are actually in frame here, because I don't know that I was. And I'm going to start to lay in this dark brown color. I would have liked it to be a little bit darker, but this was the color selection I had at the time. We will see how we can make this work out. As I keep stabbing the tape. Alrighty. Alright, gently, gently. Okay. Grab a bit more of our unruly fluff here. I've really got to take the time and get some more of this fluffed. But I don't know when I'm going to do that because I'm still trying to edit tissue paper project. And I need to edit and record some more Little Known Galaxy for the YouTube channel. Not sure what else we might do over there. There was a pretty inexpensive little game I saw that I was thinking of trying. I don't know if I'm gonna like it though, but it looked cute. I might like it. Called Bookbound on Steam. Let's see. We can get that tucked in there a little bit better. Okay. Like if it's not 100% perfect on that very edge, it's okay. Some of that might end up getting trimmed and not be an issue, or the frame might end up covering it. I'm just trying to cover my ass to make sure that we are looking pretty good in there. And I did end up sealing the seahorse and the flamingo yesterday. I used the brush sealer. I'm not happy with how the brush sealer came out on the flamingo. It got it kind of streaky. I might still try to spray sealer over it to maybe try to fill in the ridges. I don't know if it's going to help. I really just probably need to like break down and just pour it on there and get like an old expired gift card or a squeegee or something from Dollar Tree and just use that so I don't get like the weird brush stroke in the sealant look happening. Alright. Again, just a little bit of water. Kind of helps sometimes if I don't have enough friction on my hands to shape my fluff here. So I can get it to do what I'm wanting to do with it. Okay. Getting this all tucked into here. I mean, part of me feels like we still have a little ways to go in Little Known Galaxy, but I'm not sure. Because Moonstone Island surprised me. I figured we were almost done there, and then they gave us a quest to catch all of, or at least encounter, in some way, shape, or form. I guess it just said to discover them all. We didn't necessarily have to tame them all. Of the spirits there, so we are kind of slowly working our way through that. Come on now. I could see like under, or at least along the edge better, looking at it from this direction on that side. So, just kind of wanted to nudge that in that direction a bit more. So yeah, usually I can complete one of these magnets in 2 sessions, usually. But I had been doing shorter sessions recently because Doggo's been demanding second park runs and won't let us be until he gets it. And he's an old man, so we try to accommodate where possible, but it's getting dark earlier now because of the time change that happens. So we have been going a little bit earlier than we used to. So that way we can avoid the traffic from when school lets out, because the closest cross street to our house gets extremely silly with people exiting the school area. Even though we're not that close to the school, they tend to use this as a main access road in and out to get down to that area, and traffic just gets silly trying to get out of our driveway once school lets out. So we've been trying to go before that happens. So I've been ending around 2 instead of around 3. A lot of days it's like 1:30 because I hit a good stop point. But yeah, we're gonna have to figure out what we want to have saved up for the YouTube channel while we are away. I don't know what that might end up being yet. It might end up being Minecraft, to be perfectly honest, because I've started recording some of that a couple months ago. I haven't edited it yet. I haven't had time to. Like I said, I've got a backlog of editing to do. Don't know when I'm going to get around to it. I would like to get to it sooner than later, but one person and all that, and I was trying to focus on getting the editing done of the tissue paper project, since that's the oldest thing on my plate at the moment. And I would very, very, very much like to be done that. Because that has been a lot of man hours in one way or another to get it to where it's even at right now. But I always underestimate how long editing is going to take me. Though I did have to start that edit over once. I was like maybe 20 videos in, 15. And I was having trouble keeping track of which ones I had already popped into the edit. And there was a lot of them, and I'm like, oh. These are a very long string of numbers that I'm going to have to keep track of, because it was sorted by the date. And it was doing like year, month, and day or something like that. And for my dyslexic brain, long string of numbers are never a great thing. So, I was like, well, I'll just rename them then, forgetting that I couldn't rename it after I couldn't rename the ones that had already gone into the folder, into the project. I didn't realize this till after I did it, or didn't remember till after I did it, and I was like, oh no. And ended up just screwing myself over inadvertently and having to start over. I was like, nah. So I lost a couple of, what was it, maybe 2 weeks of editing. Might have been a little bit more than that. I wasn't happy, but it was my own fault. Right? But it's inadvertently made things easier for me numbering them, because then I can see how many I've done more readily. And it's like, okay, I dropped this number in, this one is next. I haven't renamed everybody yet, but I am renaming them as I dump them into my software to cut everything down and speed everything up. It is going to be a long boy. I will tell you that right now. We're talking a couple of hours, several hours. It might be 6 hours on the final edit. I'm not sure where I'm at right now. Hour-wise on that. Because I've gotten it in chunks. One set of 20 ended up only being like a half an hour. This last set of 20 I edited together was like 44 minutes. I've got another one that's like 50 minutes, another one that's an hour and 5 minutes, another one that's like an hour and 3 minutes. So I have no idea. I will not be surprised if it's like 8 hours long on the final cut. It was 7 months of footage. So I am curious to see what the final thing is. And I don't think I can speed it up anymore to try to shorten the length of it, because then I think it's going to be too fast to be watchable. Just a hunch there. That needs a little bit more. Tacked into there. And I still need to run one more along the seam there. Where these two guys meet up. I have no idea what else is in store for us on this one. I still haven't watched all the way through. Probably not a great idea on my part, but soon as we get to a good pause point, I will go and grab Bean because my mom is back in, it would seem. Okay. I've got one like speck of yellow kind of hanging out in here. So we will tap that. Into place there. Let me grab my square here. I can't reach it. Let's try to hide under my cookie tin. Okay, yeah, we're still fine. Just checking the size off of the template here. All right. So next up, I know I didn't get this one as cleanly shaped as the others. Doesn't really need to be for this part. I am just kind of trying to overlap my seam right here. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry, I just remembered something that we were supposed to deal with today. Just to find out what's going on because they switched the names for who the water bill was coming in as, and we got a bill in the mail yesterday early that said final bill, and I'm like, huh? what is this? Why does this say final bill? So I don't know if we're getting a second bill that's going to be due at the same time with the other amount. I don't know. I'm so confused. And he was either going to call or go down there to clarify. I thought he was just going to call him, but by the time we got the bill, they had already closed the department for the day. Yesterday. Okay. So there's that part. Now we've got some trees on like the outer edges. Just a minute. Okay. Sorry, something fell. I needed to go deal with. Alright. So this is where it's going to start to get a little bit tricky. I think. So we've kind of got like one tree guy who's kind of like on the edge here. So let's see if we can get this one kind of worked in here. Just want to kind of take my time a little bit, make sure that my trunk is pretty good in there. I need to add a little bit more. I got it a little bit short. there. So just need a little touch more. I'm gonna use water for this just to try to get our shape kind of figured out here. This guy kind of goes off the top here. Okay. And since I snipped, I just want to make sure that we tap down those loose ends there. Okay, so that's like the basic main bit of that. Now this guy's gonna be kind of like hanging out here, probably like tucked it in a little too much maybe. Tell you what, this guy does have some branches coming off of him. You can choose to kind of pop those in now if you want. I'm gonna make mine like not as many, number one. Because I just don't want that many branches on this guy, and I'm not sure how visible they're even gonna be when we get down to it here. Just not sure. Okay, so we've got, I don't even know how visible this other tree is gonna be over here, because we're gonna have our frame hanging out over here. But we've kind of got like a see-through wispy bit of a guy here. Whatever that was, it was not the same shade as this, so I just wanted to kind of pop that out of there. Not sure how much of this peeking out from the edge we're even gonna see when everything's all said and done. We might just barely see it. But we'll try to get them in here. Kind of just looks like it's peeking out anyway. Because, like, the frame is gonna sit roughly there, so we might not really see much of it. Can't figure out if my camera is crooked or if my piece is a little crooked. My piece might be a little crooked. I mean, that's not really anything new for me. So alright, so I'm just gonna take this up a bit further, probably to the top. Because I'm pretty sure that other, yeah, that goes all the way up in his, so we might as well, right? Might as well. Oop. Okay, and then we've got this last little bit up here. I'm just kind of trying to make it a little bit see-through. Of course, see-through doesn't always happen with fluff, but trying to just give it some wispy bits here. Okay. I'm gonna pop that up from there. Now, we've got another tree that's kind of like further back in there, but some of it is kind of washed out. I don't know if this is the right move or not. Or should we just ignore it? Maybe we just ignore it. I think trying to do that, it's not the right shade, and it's gonna bug me. So I think we're just gonna have to kind of do our own thing here, right? So I need to make my sun. Oh, Mr. Bean. What are you doing? How about no? No. No. Come on. Go. Go. Go, 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 go. Don't hunker down, just go. Oh good, now he's decided to hide somewhere where I can't get him. Hopefully he'll get bored of sitting down there. Well, we kind of kept that somewhat circular. Kind of. Though I will say I have tried to follow one of Bob's tutorials in the past and just totally messed it up and decided to start over. And I scraped, or I was trying to scrape the medium and everything off because it was my first time trying to use liquid black, and I don't know if I just didn't have it shook up enough or what. I was making a right mess of it. And what I ended up with was something rather abstract and actually didn't look half bad. Hi, can I help you? No, you can't have that. No, get. No, that's not acceptable. Mr. Cat, get down. Come on. Get down, please. Thank you. You can sit next to it, but you can't climb on top of it. Do you want to get up there with Dad? Okay. So we've got like another guy kind of like right next to that one. And it actually didn't look half bad. Even though it was like a total foobar beyond point of fixing. And that piece actually sold. I was surprised. I was like, this is a mess. But somebody else liked it enough to turn around and buy it. So I was like, oh, alright. It kind of looked dramatic in its own way. Hi, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean desperately wants me to play with him, apparently. Because nobody else is playing with him as he's ripping my chair to shreds trying to scale it. Hi, buddy. Hi. No. Oh. No, no, no. Oh, Mr. Bean. What fell? What fell now? Really? Is that what I think it is? If it's what I think it is, you can have it. But I'm not sure if it is what I think it is, and I can't see it. Oh yeah, that's fine. You can have this. Come here. He knocked off one of my little mini water cups that I didn't realize was sitting there. He's just being a right 3-year-old today into everything. It would seem. I don't know if this stuff back here is getting leaves on it or not. Like, I don't know, man. I was thinking that maybe we would do those in like a washed out color, like a really light gray in the background, but you know what? I think I'm overthinking it. We're just gonna do our own thing here, I think. And just kind of see what we end up with. Who knows? Might end up being better in the long run. Than it would have been if we had tried to follow a bit more closely. No, that is not what that is for. No, excuse me. Oh my god. So he ripped Martin off of the corner of my desk, whom I care about, not completely destroying. And Martin's covered in dust bunnies now. But, he was our first needle-felted creature. Can't let anything happen to Martin. And, while I was under there, trying to rescue him from the depths of under my desk, Mr. Bean decided to help me and crawl under there with me and got tangled in the wires and ripped my mouse off of my keyboard tray, and that like landed and hit me. Oh, Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean! No! If you disconnect something back there,
Mr. Bean, get the fuck down right now.
I am going to have to build a cage or something around that.
Mr. Bean.
I had to slide the tower forward a little bit so that I could plug in my hard drive. And now he's decided that that is just enough room for him to wedge himself into where all of the wires are coming out of the back of my computer. Oh, Mr. Ben.
Mr. Bean, no. Come here. Come on.
Oh, Mr. Bean. Alright, we need some more, like, fluffy shrubbery, like, around in here. The challenge of arting with a Mr. Bean around. If I could close him out of this room entirely while we were streaming, I would, but we can't, so. And then he would just get into trouble elsewhere in the house, and I'd have to keep getting up to go. And dealing with it, so. We almost need to build me a catio, but in the house and around my desk. A compio? Would that be what it is? A screened in cubicle? Like a cubio? Chicken wire me in? It would have to be with chicken wire. It couldn't be with screen because they would just climb the screen and shred it. Yeah, but they can shred a screen, not chicken wire. It's a lampshade, dingus. No, don't chew on the binder clip. It's metal.
Yeah, he does that.
Oh, I left that can of air there. I did not realize that was still sitting there. So we're gonna have this shrubbery here. It's not as wispy as I thought it would be, but then again on there it's not terribly wispy, so I might fill in part of it. Just to darken this other side of it up a little bit. I guess Littles is asleep because sometimes she entertains him for a bit too. Because they have played a bit. She doesn't get angry at him like she does the other guys, so. She makes her angry noises, but she doesn't appear body languagey to be angry at him. Because when she's absolutely angry and making those noises at the other guys, she runs off and hides, but she will just sit there out in the open with him. So I think that's her trying to play with him. Or she's trying to teach him how to cat. I don't know.
Oh, buddy. Oh. Oh.
Stinky beans? Mr. Bean's ass seems to need to be labeled as a weapon. Because man, does he have some stinky farts. He's sort of on a mixture of kitten food and adult food.
By which we mean we can't get him to stop eating the adult food.
And if I put the kitten food out here, all of our other fat asses will eat all of it. Because not even the dog's food is safe. They keep trying to eat the dog's food on them, and I'm like, stop. Alright, that might be good enough there. Alright, we've got another kind of wispy guy. Not wispy, but sticky. I've got a sticky guy, like right here.
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Beans, no!
Mr. Bean, get down now.
Off.
Get down.
Sorry about that. I had to get up and chase him.
Mr. Bean, no wires.
Now where is he? Oh my goodness. He's like a little kid that you tell no, and he's like, oh, that means I should. No, it means you really shouldn't. Alright, that one was a little weak there, so
Mr. Bean, for fuck's sake.
me. Now where is he?
He's behind your computer. Well, he's standing at.
This cat gets obsessive.
Mr. Bean, for fuck's sake. Oh, that's it.
Mr. Bean is obsessed with trying to get into the wires again. I mean, I can pull him off the top of my tower a little bit easier now that we moved the tower. But I don't really have a way to block off the wires very easily where I wouldn't cause an airflow problem, and I don't want to do that. There are quite a large number of fans in this tower. There's at least 4, plus the one on the graphics card, so 5 total, I suppose. Mr. Bean just doesn't want us to art today. At all. Alright, so let me work this guy into here. And let's see. So we get kind of a scraggly tree trunky there. And again, our trees, they don't have to be the same as Bob's here. We are just gonna kind of do whatever trees we want to do. Alright, we're just gonna try to make this one ours, I guess. Okay. I'm gonna spread out this bit here just to kind of put another little shrubby there. And I'm probably going to do something similar on this other side here. Kind of near the base of that one. Because it just kind of looks like a bit of a volcano back there at the moment. Not exactly what I was going for, but alright. And then we've got some sort of messiness happening over in here. It's just gonna kind of drift off into this side edge. Like, there's a lot more, like, leaves and stuff happening on these trees back there. I'm gonna hold off doing anything on these middle guys at the moment. I kind of want to see what all's supposed to happen as we go with any potential color. I mean, we could just kind of leave it as a late fall winter thing where there really isn't any color on the trees too. We could kind of get our tree shapes smooshed in here and also, you know, just leave it at that. We're gonna see how this one's gonna progress though. We're not gonna call it here yet. Okay. So again, I'm just gonna kind of work in small wispy amounts here. Just kind of trying to slowly figure out what I want this far tree to kind of look like. Going through the vacation photos, and I'm trying to find some potential references. As I am working through them. I was kind of looking at last night since I couldn't do a whole lot while that project was rendering. I was really hoping to be done by the end of the year, but with 60 videos left and it being December 16th, that is very not likely. Especially since the videos are getting a little bit longer with what I have remaining. I don't have as many super short ones left to work my way through. Sorry, we have to yell at the cat or else he's not going to learn not to do the thing. Number one, we really don't want to be replacing wires constantly. It's not a good thing for him to start getting into the habit of doing. And number two, he could hurt himself. And we don't want that. We don't want him thinking that it's okay to chew on that stuff. Because he is a very chewy guy. This guy kind of just works its way in. And like Bob's method can be a little busy when he does this silhouetted stuff under the transparent color, because then it will look like shadows in the background. Our medium, I think it's gonna be real damn busy. And not really look the same, so I'm not adding every single leaf at the moment. I'm not adding every single tree branch that he's added. I'm poorly adding in some shadows of the main trees that I am wanting to pop into here. This is a big guy that's just kind of hanging out here on the side. Like I've got a couple of bare spots in there. Don't know if I really want the bare spots in there. Like right where it is specifically. But I also didn't want it to look like a specifically shaped topiary either, so that might not be so bad there, because yeah, I think we can deal with that. So let's put that back in there. Again, not really the same as his, but okay. Okay. Cap those guys. Alright, so we're gonna advance the tutorial just a little bit and see where he's going from here. So he's taking black, sap green, and crimson. So he's just making a dark color. Oh. Sorry, we're not gonna play that ad because that ad does nothing for us. Sorry. Okay. So he's okay, so I think maybe I was a little bit oh, okay. So he's just adding in some dark fluff on top of the other stuff. Oh, okay. He's got a tree trunk in there, so I went back a little too far. Brown and white. So it's kind of like a lighter dark brown. But I found that when you add that the white to the Van Dyke brown, it almost comes slightly gray. Alright, so he's adding a tree trunk into this far tree. That seems to be like the most prominent one is in this side. So he's going into yellow and sap green, the slightest touch of yellow ochre. Excuse me. And he's making kind of a duller green. It's not like real, like punchy. So, wait, did he change the color? Because they didn't show the palette there, so I'm not real sure. I mean, I have a green I think that I can kind of use in there. And alright, so my trees are definitely different. So I guess the only one that we don't necessarily even have to add the tree trunk to that. Because my tree is a little different. He's definitely got some more greenery in there than we do. Hey! Get down! No! Sorry, cat was catting. Alright, so let me see. How does he kind of... Another ad. Alright, so, I mean... We could put the tree trunk in there. He's just going to town with this green. It's kind of... He's not varying it very much. Like, just little bits here and there. And then he's gonna grab some... Oh, for fuck's sake. Bob. Bob. Oh, Bob. That was not expected at all, and I do not have room for that. Okay. Alright, well, let's kind of back that up a little bit before he... Is there a better shot, like, on the hole here before he... No, there really isn't. Okay. Alright, can I, like, move this down a little bit without kind of mucking up everything here. If you come at an angle, you can kind of walk your fiber over a little bit to kind of slowly nudge it. So ours is going to be quite different here. Just because it's just gonna be. Because he definitely used those bits in the background to like really fill in the background And I really didn't think I was going to be able to get away with that. Certainly not behind the background color. Like that's just craziness. As far as the fiber is concerned. So we're kind of going off the rails here. Like completely, entirely off the rails. I probably would have been better off with maybe a dark gray. This is taupe. I mean, it kind of looks gray. It's like a gray brown. Kind of. Vaguely. Oh, I'm gonna do a little different here. I have to. Just because of the way things have changed with that waterfall coming in, and that was most unexpected. This is what I get for not reading ahead, I guess. That's alright. We're making it our own, Bob. We are making it our own. That's for sure. Maybe it'll come out looking halfway decent in its own right, you know? Oh my goodness. It's definitely hard to get a flow going when the kitten keeps breaking up my flow. And I have to keep trying to direct him elsewhere. He is certainly a chaos void. But he can be a happy, cuddly little fucker when he's not overly stimulated. It does happen. Alright. Kind of makes me wonder how I would handle that in the gouache. I think we can handle that in the gouache, though. Without too much trouble. We would just have to do the very background. Like, we'd have to do the trees in acrylic, right? The background trees. And then the very background sky. Although gouache is opaque, it's not necessarily transparent. So that could be troublesome in its own right there. Okay. I'm just trying to add a little bit of tree trunkness in here. That might be one that we also have to do our own thing with, as far as the gouache is concerned. Alright. So I think we'll add just a little bit more tree trunky in here to this guy right here. I didn't do like every branch extension. I don't know that we really need to go quite that far. I can't tell if Mr. Bean is just too stupid for his own good or has some really big balls. Because he's not backing down when the others are giving him the business. So I don't know. Alright. We'll just kind of... This guy... Oh, that's a little too... Probably a little too much. But that's okay. Alright, it's kind of doing its own thing here. Alright. So I don't want to go too heavy on that taupe color. Alright, so we need to pick out this green color. And I don't think he really did much varying to it. It doesn't really look like it. Give me 1 minute. Okay, I had to go separate the cats and grab a green here. I think we're gonna start out with this green. And we're gonna go definitely less is more here as we start out. How do I want to position you? Now I might add some different colors here. Just to give us some variation, because it didn't really show him doing that very much. So I'm not really sure what all Bob did there. I think he talked about, you know, adding a little bit of this, adding a little bit of that to change it up, but they weren't really looking at his palette too much as I was skimming through there. Maybe they did in the parts that I skimmed past. Possible. But I'll probably come back in with just a little bit of variation here. As we work our way through. So we're definitely off the rails at this point. Was not expecting that waterfall to be in there at all. So, surprise. Had I realized that was there, I might have shaped my trees a little bit differently. But, it is what it is now, so. Alright then. Alright. Might come in with like a light green just to add a little bit of variation here and there. I don't want to get like too carried away with the light green. But who knows, maybe getting a little carried away with the light green might help a little bit with what we're doing here. Maybe. wanna grab a little bit of, like, do I want to grab a little bit of it now? Or do I want to wait till I get done this tree to start adding some of that in? I'm just not super sure. I think I want to grab a little bit more of this shade and bring it off of the backgrounds a little bit further. Because right now it just kind of looks like I'm only, jeez, I'm only hanging out in that, like I'm filling in a coloring book kind of situation here. And we can have some dark splotches, but I should probably maybe not be on the very edge. So again, I wouldn't recommend like rushing through this part, but at the same time you have to like kind of take your time, but kind of not overthink it. 1 second. Okay, they either hung up or my mom answered it. I think I am going to grab that lighter green here. I'm gonna grab the lime because the light green looked a little too light, if that makes sense. Now, I don't want a whole lot of this. Just kind of want some little bitty bits here and there. Sorry, I had a sudden ear itch. Alright, so we got some more of this guy just kind of hanging out in here. trying to be a little bit sparing with where I drop him in, because I don't want him to take over. I just kind of want some hints of him here and there. Okay. Like, I don't want to completely cover all of the dark bits, and I don't want to completely cover all of that other green. I'm just trying to pull off some bits here. So, like, what I have in my hand feels and looks very, like, wispy, like, barely visible, but when you get it worked into a small area, it's not going to be as wispy and insignificant, so I would definitely like start out smaller so you get a feel for like how certain colors are gonna kind of lay in and pop off of each other. Just kind of working this all in. And remember, your very edge will probably be covered by your frame, so it won't. Excuse me. Hi. You were winning. Why all the noise if you were winning? You had him pinned. Oh my goodness gracious. It's not even a full moon, you guys. It's a full moon all the time around here, it seems. Alright. And I'm just gonna kind of spread that out. So yeah, like, you don't have to have the very edge 100% perfect, because we're gonna lose some of it when we trim down, number one. More than likely. And then number two, we're gonna have our frame that's going to cover just a fraction of the edge there. So don't forget that as well. And I'm not sure how to go about building our frame. I usually use the hot glue gun. With Mr. Bean, I might have to get creative on that. Or I might just have to make sure that he's in timeout. Or at least sequestered for the brief time that we will have the glue gun out and in use. For his safety. Also trying to make sure it doesn't look too stripey too, with that little bit that we have added in of the lime there. Okay, let's grab a little bit more of that. Like, it doesn't look like it's that dark of a green, but when we're putting it in here, against this dark brown, it certainly feels a lot darker. Now, we might not go with all of the colors that Bob, or we might add some more colors than Bob did. Let's put it that way. Potentially. No. What are you doing? Get down. Hi, get down. There is nothing up there for you to run away with. Thank you. Alright. At least that time he just kind of like jumped on the tower and then like waltzed over in front of my monitor so I could actually grab him. I have a water bottle cap taped over my power button because Cal had a habit of standing on the towers and standing on the power button and just spontaneously turning my computer off while I was in the middle of doing stuff. I was like, dude, can we not? So after the third time he did that to both of our computers, we had to resort to that. It kind of helps, providing it's in the right position. Alright, that needs a little bit more there. Like, not a tremendous amount. Like, if I don't get that spaced out just right, that might be too much. I mean, it's not bad. So it kind of does look like a bit of a silhouetted mountain here. Or a very, very tiny volcano here in the middle. Alright, so let me see. Yeah, so we're a little bit bigger. So we're gonna lose the very edgy edge, and that's fine. And I don't know if I want to do all of these in the same exact shade of green. So I might change it up. And grab some other stuff here. Sorry, I was just kind of looking at my color options. Okay, get a little bit more of this. Like, I'm trying to shape it a little bit, but at the same time, I don't want to shape it too much. Before I drop it on here. I mean, at the same time, the fiber is going to do what it's going to do. Okay. So I know I could probably do this a little bit faster, but would I get the same results? I don't know. Trying to be a little bit more careful. So he's got like the waterfall like back in here somewhere. And then it's like kind of coming forward. Alright, so we're definitely going to need a bit more of this. that I'm going to want to pull out. Like, I don't have a whole lot of, like, I have some shades of green, but... Oh, hey. That was unexpected. I didn't realize that was sitting there. That was our lime shade. Alright, we need some more of our forest green here. This is a nice grass shade. At least in my opinion. Alright, so kind of need to leave something that's about that kind of rough shape at the bottom open without anything in it at the moment. To make sure that we have enough room to work in this water feature here. All right, I think I want a little bit more of this green in here. And some of that is pretty wispy, so a lot of that will just kind of melt in and fade into the background as we work everybody into there. Pop you up. I'm going to rotate our mat a bit. I can see our background color kind of hanging out here. Gonna lift up some of that. I did not get the chance to clean the mat before we got started. It suddenly went quiet. And I suddenly got mildly concerned. Like, why? Why is it so quiet? After it's been nothing but noise and chaos here for a bit. Like, I don't know that I want to go too crazy with my color selection here. But it is our little 3" by 3" little place here right now, right? So we can kind of do what we want with it, good, bad, or otherwise. Just as we are going, that sky is almost changing how it feels to me. Alright, a lot of that's gonna get hidden and removed there. That's fine. So, like, up here, right here, I'm thinking... Oh, what I'm thinking might be a little crazy, though. And I'm not sure if I should do it. Maybe, like, we do a folly looking guy here. I'm not real concerned about this dark edge. It'll be fine. As we work our way over. Because I've got a little bit that's going to get trimmed off. Because we're a little bit bigger at the moment than our square. Alright, so this is rust from Big Twist Value. Alright, give me 1 second. I just noticed that AutoMod caught something. They did it twice. Nice. Before, these spam advertisements would only post once. One day I had one post 3 times. That one posted twice. Alright, so I'm gonna hit this one with a little bit of this rust color. And that can kind of cross over in front of the other tree. That's fine. I'm just gonna kind of give him some shrubby bushy leafy bits up here at the top. So I'm gonna try to go with like a less is more feel, kind of, but like that's gonna be a lot of fluff there. You know what, let me highlight that little guy there before I get too far. So this is melon. Like I said, that was a very loud radio. We've definitely gone way off the rails as far as trying to keep it to anything close to how Bob's looked. I'm just kind of, it's not technically a highlight, I guess. I'm just trying to add in a little bit more of a slight color variation. Although I don't know if I really needed it. I think I kind of liked it better without it. Yeah. And that's fine. We can change our mind. Yeah, I think I liked it better without that. And that is just perfectly fine. Okay. Let's see here. Maybe we add a bit more fluff to the side branch then. Yeah, because you know what? That color was awfully close to the background color. Like that was a bit closer than I really wanted that to be. Okay, so now I'm gonna take this little boot of fluff here, and we're gonna start to kind of, you know what? Let me flip him upside down. It'll be a little bit easier for me. That way I'm not Stabbing the tape strictly the whole time. And then I can get a better idea of where all I still need to add some fluff and stuff. So we are upside down at the moment. Sometimes you just gotta work at different angles here. Sometimes that just makes the most sense. We've got a lot of fluff on here. I'm really gonna have to shave down the back of this when we are all set and dunskies here. Okay. Alrighty. And then I just need to kind of get this guy. So at the moment, I'm just kind of focusing on the background trees here. Now it's okay if this one kind of cuts in front of that other tree. I might bring this one forward then. Just a bit. See how things pan out here as I get this tree done. Hadn't really thought about who was sitting in front, this one or this one. I guess it doesn't really matter all that much. And then I'm probably just gonna add another bit here. Just kind of laying over this top area. So I'm not quite there yet with this guy. That might be enough. Maybe. Maybe. That's not so bad. Okay, so this guy. What color do we want this guy to be? I mean, I could come back in with this. Oh, but wait, if we want that one in the front. Okay, so I need to do a little something with this guy. Even though we might not end up with much of him visible. Probably still gonna be just enough of him visible, peeking out there. But we should probably do something with him. And I have to see how this guy goes. I actually might bring a little bit of that, like maybe down into here. I don't know. It might be too much. I gotta think about that. very windy here today. Alright, give me 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. It's a Zuzu. Not time, Zuzu. Alright, let me grab a little bit of our lime color. That is much too much. Here we'll at least have some similar tree guys here. Kind of framing this guy out a bit, even if not much of him is gonna be visible. It looks like more of the sun might have come out. It was real cloudy when we got up. It almost looked like it wanted to snow. It was like that kind of colored sky. It's way too warm to snow now. It was chilly when we were out earlier, though, don't get me wrong. But it's gotten up into, looks like the 50s at this point. I think we're supposed to have rain on Thursday. Oh, it's 56, so that feels like a 53 currently. Yeah, so it's supposed to be 61 tomorrow. And then 58 on Thursday with a low of 28. and morning rain, which could be anywhere from like after midnight till noon. So who the heck knows when that's supposed to be. And our Christmas Day forecast is a high of 64. Definitely no white Christmas for us. Just a minute. Sorry, my mom wanted something. But wouldn't just say what she wanted until Russell got closer. Alright. Get a little bit more of our lime color here. That might actually be a little too much. I don't want to overpower it here. So I'm not quite sure what the color of this one is going to be here. I have a different shade of green I could throw on that guy. That we could probably do something with it. Alright, this guy will not be done today because the background took a bit of time last time. And this one just kind of threw me for a loop. Like, I just didn't know how I wanted to approach this. I didn't necessarily first think to go off the rails entirely after a certain point, but that is what we ultimately ended up doing here. Okay. So this is still that forest green. And kind of like lime colored combination that we're going back and forth with. On this tree guy here at the moment. I will say the way the camera is picking up everything, it looks a lot more dramatic than it actually is. To be perfectly honest, it looks like a far distant volcano or a silhouetted mountain or something. I mean, we're gonna turn that into shrubbery, but at the moment, way more dramatic than it actually is happening here. So again, same thing with this edge. We'll lose a tiny bit when we go to trim. And then we'll have the frame. So frame will probably sit about there. So we are going to lose a good portion of what we're putting in right now, but that's okay because it'll still be there, kind of peeking out from the edge. So that's why I'm not so drastically worried about the very top edge, or like the very edges themselves. I would think I want to add a little bit more into that space right there. Okay. And just kind of add in our bit to the bottom here. All right, I want a little bit more than how that worked out. Okay. Brush that down. So let me at least tuck this clump back into the bag for the moment. Okay. And just gonna start working some more of our lime in places. It's just gonna be like a subtle lightness. It shouldn't be like too terribly in your face. Should just be a little bit noticeable. So you don't like need to go crazy with it. You can always add a bit more if you're not quite happy with it. I think it needs to be lighter. So it's much easier to start out with less with this. Alright, just maybe a little bit more. Don't want too much of it on the bottom, but it's not really like a distinct highlight. I wanted a slight color variation with this green, so I wasn't really going for like a specific highlighty feel, which is why I've kind of got it like interwoven about the tree. Sorry, I thought I heard somebody talking. Sometimes Snuffles' snores sound like somebody like distantly saying something, which is always kind of off-putting because it's like, what? Or if she's got the tummy grumbles. Alright, before I go any further, I do want to grab another little bit of the rust color. I just want to kind of fill that in right about there. That feels a little better. Like the angle on it was just a little weird. Yeah, that feels quite a bit better. Okay. Now I need to grab another shade of green and grab the cat out of his sequestration while my mom was out smoking. So I'm going to take this opportunity to do a stretch break. We'll be right back in maybe 5 minutes, maybe less. Okay. Tripped on the little cardboard teepee we made for the cat. Fell into the wall. That was a fun time. Okay. So I think we're gonna go with maybe some varsity green here. And we'll start to work some tree poofies in on this guy here. I will say this varsity green almost has like a phthalo green feel to it when it's on top of certain colors. When I don't have it like real super thick. All right. Question is, do I want to like add another shade of green on top of that, or do we kind of leave it be? Alrighty, so this guy, I'm hoping will kind of push the other tree back a little bit. Doesn't have to push it back tremendously, but we can just get him to push back a little. Like even that would be like good enough. Alright, so I think we'll bring a few more poofies on this guy, like maybe have you sit kind of around in there, perhaps. Not sure what color I want this tree to be. I mean, we're kind of inadvertently making our guy feel a little fall-esque. So maybe we make that one yellow. Like bright ass buttercup yellow. That might work with the other colors we got hanging out down in here. Fairly well. Alright. This guy. Just kind of work in over here. Got bags of fluff everywhere. Some over there, some over there, you know. So... yeah. Alright. Let's start getting in our yellow here. So again, we've gone completely off the rails. We're just kind of using Bob as an inspo now at this point. We're we have some of the key elements of this, like the sky color and the sun bit there, but we'll have like the water pond thing here once we get down to that part. But the trees are definitely our own doing at this point, and that's okay. Right? We have enough confidence to just be like, heck it. We're just gonna do our own thing now. Kinda. Kinda sorta. Yeah, we're gonna lose some of our sun here though, unfortunately. After all that work we did putting them in. Well, dang. I mean, that's the way it goes sometimes when you're working with Bob, but I mean, Bob left enough space for his. So that's okay. Right? It'll all be alright. It's fine. Maybe we can leave enough separation in our leaves so that kind of peeking out here. In fact, we've got a little bit of the other tree peeking through the leaves there too. Hey, that's fun. We can make that work. So yeah, I'll probably have to start early on the next session if we want to try to finish this. During that one. I had tried to kind of walk this down a little bit, but it didn't quite work. Because it still kind of looks like a weird volcano there. And this tree looks like it's on fire with our rust-colored leaves here. But you know what? It's fine. It's okay. Still not the worst one we've done so far. They can't all be winners, right? Okay. So this is Buttercup Yellow. And this is one of those paint box simply chunky colors. So I'm just kind of taking my time here, building our tree. And just kind of shaping this guy out. I think I'm gonna have a little bit more kind of come up through this top section just to kind of sit over part of this orangey tree, reddish orangey brown, however you want to kind of refer to that color as. Obviously, we need a bit more of that. So we're just kind of slowly like working on our tree shape here. So I chose to go with some more variation with our leaf colors there. And as Bob says, you know, it's our world. we can change things however we would prefer them to be. And he's just kind of give us a nudge, trying to give us a nudge in the direction of how to do the things. Essentially. I want just a little bit more. Don't want it that tight, though. No, Mr. Bean. No. Mr. Bean. Mr. Bean got behind my monitor and was tapping all of the things that he could reach and trying to play soccer with them. He was being so good in my mom's room, settling in for a nap on the guinea pig cage, and then she's like, I want to go smoke. So we had to put him in the bedroom, and he was in there for all of maybe 15 minutes, and it like hit a reset button, so he's not in nap mode anymore. He went back into the Destroyer of Worlds mode yet again. Okay, now let me cut that. Alright, now what do I want for... I think I kind of want our forest green color back. For this section, I would pause here if I wasn't trying to get this done far enough so that we can finish next week. Mr. Bean! No, that is not acceptable. Thank you, Mr. Bean. Alright. That time he was standing on top of the tower, touching all of the things behind the tower on the wall that he was trying to reach, but couldn't quite reach. I have like a metal sign up there. I've got a wooden cutout flamingo that I still need to finish working on. Mr. Bean!
Oh.
At least we can grab him easier from there. I will say that. Alright. So, let's see here. Definitely want to try to cover up some of this brown mound that we've got happening here. No. No, that's no. What are you chewing on? You're chewing on my extender. He was chewing on my Bluetooth antenna. When this was under my desk, all of the metal of the frame of this desk seemed to be blocking my signal. You're not going to be happy until you destroy a power cord. I don't even know if that's something I can replace.
What, the Wi-Fi extender? Yeah.
No. The power cord for the PC.
Oh, sure.
That is replaceable.
We have a spare floating around.
But I'd really rather he not get electrocuted and possibly do something to my computer in the process. Well, we were starting to make some progress while he was occupied elsewhere. Alright, so we've got that bit of shrubbery here. Let's see. How about we grab some of our lime color here, just to kind of, again, just kind of breaking up all of that one shade of green here. Just kind of clumping in some of this other shade here a little bit. I just heard thunder feet. Not entirely sure where he went though. All I do know is that he's not attacking my feet. And at the moment, he's not standing on my tower. That's what I do know. Alright, so we've got that up there. I kind of want to grab this varsity green color. I've just got a pile of bags just thrown to the side. Just to kind of bring in a slightly darker bit of green here towards the bottom. Or it might be a bit more shadowy. No, I guess I should have grabbed like my hunter green for that, but that might have been a little too dark. Might have been just a little too dark. Alright. So I'm trying to leave that space open there a little bit for... There's kids out across the street.
Okay, that
too.
sounded enough like a cat that I had to check.
I don't know if it was him or not.
It wasn't. It sounded like it was outside.
But, yeah, the kids' daycare are outside. So there's that part. Just trying to do smaller sets here. Just so I don't get too carried away. This is gonna be kind of a big old shrubby bush right in here. We could even add some little pops of color to him if we want to make him like a flowering shrubby. If we really want to. Again, personal preference. Don't know that he would be getting enough light down in here though. Again, had I realized that we had some water here, I didn't look at the end result. I probably would have left a bit more room down here. I'm gonna try to leave some spaces for some of our brown to kind of shine through there in spots. Okay. This guy in here. I don't know if I want to add anything. Maybe we could add like some little red berries. That'd be too much. Too much detail in that one spot where everybody else doesn't really have that much. eyebrows back.
Off my keyboard.
Okay.
Nope.
We'll work in this one. What you doing? How about no? No. He wants me to play with him so bad. But we're in the middle of something here. Though he's about to...
Mr. Beans.
No.
That done?
No, Mr. Bean. He is such a little shit.
Beans.
He's under the
Yeah, I'm
table,
looking at him.
and I couldn't pull him out of there, so... Oh my goodness. He's bored, and he wants to play. Is what's the real root of the problem.
At least they're not wires. That's my beans.
Alright, so I think I'm gonna put maybe one of these in here just to break up that. Huge chunk of green right there. Right, and then that'll just kind of look like a taller guy in the front. Mr. Bean. Thank you. And then probably need a little bit more of our lime color here. Just kind of laid in there some places. Kind of extending off from in there. I think I just saw a stuffed animal fall, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's discovered your flamingo.
Which flamingo?
I do not know.
Is he playing with a stuffy?
Yeah, he
Okay.
dragged it off and now he's poking at the feet.
Okay. Him and feet, man. It's a stuffy, it's not a wire.
You'll take it?
Yeah.
It is the Tulsa Zoo flamingo.
Okay. See if he wants the capybara.
Oh, there's an idea.
That was $1 from Temu or something, so. That's bean sized.
Yes, it is. And apparently so is your little flamingo.
That's okay. I think that's the one I have a double of that I gave him one of in the other room.
Maybe.
That was accidentally purchased. I thought it looked familiar, but I wasn't 100% certain. Huh?
Capybara!
Get that capybara.
Oh, let's see, that's not the same.
Well, then he can have the Mingo. If that will keep him entertained. While I am indisposed and can't run the laser pointer.
He's got some jump to him.
Yes, he does. He's the type of cat that would get trapped in a tree after getting up there and not being able to figure out how the hell to get down. Alright. And hit the microphone. Alright, so next week
Get the capybara. Yeah.
I am hoping to have it to where we just need to put in whatever the water feature is. And then we'll be able to build our frame and get that guy all situated. But considering I wasn't really sure how this was gonna go to begin with, not too bad. Huh?
I accidentally knocked the picture frame. Because it fell, immediately caught his attention.
Yeah, I don't know where to put that. It might fit an actual frame I have in the drawer. I don't know. I kind of have to see. So, yeah, we'll try to get the... Hey, toes! No!
I tried. I was trying to play with him and everything.
Those are my toes. Sorry, I got distracted because I heard wires tapping and I didn't know where they were tapping at, and I wasn't sure if it was you or him. Yeah, so I'm hoping that next week we can just get our water feature popped in. And then get our frame built. But does it look anything like Bob's? Absolutely not. But, you know, this was a difficult one to try to replicate. So, I'm okay with it not fully looking like Bob's. Mr. Bean! No! Thank you. He has a hard-on for trying to get Russell's Chungosaurus that I made him.
Well, anything wiry.
Chungosaurus isn't wiry, though.
Well, the tail is.
Technically, there's no wire in it. And while I could technically fix it, I don't want to. No, Mr. Benz. Off. Off. Thank you. Oh, Mr. Bean, it's your nap time. It is very much your nap time. Because we're about to wrap up. He is definitely overstimulated. It's so rare for him to actually chill out and take a nap out here. Because he now associates the other room with cuddles and chiller time than out here. Alright. I think I'm gonna stop fussing with that before I make it worse. But no, it doesn't look anything like Bob's. And that's okay. It doesn't have to look exactly like Bob's. And this was a tricky one. Because of how Bob did it. So we kind of just took matters into our own hands. And just kind of went with something else. So, you know, like I said, they all can't be winners. But next week we will work on getting that water feature in and hopefully getting the frame built around this guy. We will be back tomorrow for Planet Zoo here, and let me just look at my calendar. I did go through the remaining animals to try to figure out a rough idea of what I still wanted to try to put into this zoo. I might have to start paring down how many of each letter we start putting in. If I still want to try to get that petting zoo in, which I still kind of do, and I have to figure out where that might go and what that might look like. So let me look at the calendar here. So we'll have Planet Zoo tomorrow. Next week, I don't foresee any schedule changes. We should be all set to go. We'll do Planet Zoo on Christmas Eve. I'm fine with that. We don't have a whole lot of extra happening on Christmas Eve anyway. The most time-consuming thing I have going on Christmas Eve is after stream, and I have to make pizza dough that morning. So, I think our plans are a very pizza Christmas Eve, driving around to look at Christmas lights, and then opening gifts. Because I ain't got time for that on Christmas Day, because I got cooking to do. So, and I already know what I'm getting anyway, just let me have it, please. So that way I can get everything put away and figured out where I'm going to store it all before I go to bed. But, yeah. So, we'll be back with Zoo tomorrow. What were we working on? We're working on the cassowaries. And, we should be able to get those guys put in. We'll get them put in. We'll add our educator and our keeper for that area, and then I might wrap around and start doing some of the backstage area for them, or I might wait and do the centipedes first, but it might be better to do the backstage area to some degree first. I'm holding off on the backstage area at the moment because I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna work in the crocodiles. So I have to figure that out still. So we'll see how that goes. But and we'll see how far we get tomorrow. But hopefully we can get some more of something put in, whether it's the start of the crocodiles or the backstage of that area or the centipedes. We'll figure it out, but we should definitely get the cassowaries in if nothing else. So I will see everybody tomorrow for that. Enjoy the rest of your day. Don't forget to follow the socially links. Those will take you to the Ko-fi page, the Blue Sky, and the YouTube channel. And until next time, everybody, have a good one.